Good morning, everyone. It is good to see all of you this early in the morning, starting a retreat. I'm sure there was a lot of effort which went into planning to attend today's retreat, which is very, very inspiring. So thank you all for being here. So before we go ahead and start with today, to offer some words of inspiration for the whole day that we are sort of planning to abide by the conduct of mindfulness, the practice of mindfulness, and the practice of sila, all of which, step by step takes us or brings us into um, the experiencing of nirvana through the many sort of eons that beings live within this samsara. There comes a time for an individual, most rarely for an individual, where a spark appears within the mind of the individual. This spark that appears within that mind gives the individual a notion saying, oh, I have been continuing along doing this and this and this and this and this. I have celebrated, I have cried, I have enjoyed, I have suffered, I have done all of these things now. But what else is there? That is the kind of thought that appeared to Venerable Sariputta, Venerable Moggallana, Venerable Upatissa, all of these sort of great venerables that we know of in our time. That thought, that spark was ignited within them, possibly by past life experiences, possibly by the prajna which was sort of within their minds, waiting for an opportunity to sort of bloom and sort of arise into the present. All of these venerables who were of the past, all of those bodhisattvas, even Buddhas at the time of the Niyata Vivranas, went through the same experience. All of these beings would then at a time come and say, okay, we are going to now start our process of trying to find out the truth. On that it says, within the Dhamma, within the literature that we have, it says that all of these beings within their journeys in samsara, all of those beings decide on that very day to start practicing the Ajiva Attamaka Sila. Right? Ajiva Attamaka Sila. Ajiva Attamaka Sila is a practice that we've all sort of at time to time, we've all sort of practiced Ajiva Attamaka Sila. Ajiva Attamaka Sila enables a person or brings a person to the understanding of how we ourselves work within, as well as how we communicate and put our stance or be with the people around us as well. Ajiva Attamaka Sila, just like we know of the dwaras and how we let these sort of data in through the dwaras, Ajiva Attamaka Sila ensures that we sort of communicate. Hence, the way that we cognize and work with the different data that we sort of perceive is sort of done through Yonsu Mansikara. When this is done, the mind becomes light, the heart becomes light. One is able to live in the present. One is able to face 8 vicissitudes of life with awareness, not in the way that a person is sort of optimistic that tomorrow will be better, but he embraces what is of the now without expecting anything of tomorrow. Let me live today. Because that person with a lightness of mind, lightness of heart does not have to take solace in tomorrow. He takes solace in the fact that we are in this moment, that we are living right here, right now. And we have a great amount, meditators and non-meditators alike have a great amount of insight to derive from that. the ability to focus, to be focused, and to accept the meditational experience of the moment without hoping for a better experience within the next. It is at times such as that that we actually see the deepest of insights that actually allows us to transgress the positions that we are in currently and sort of take up or to experience deeper or higher insights that enables our kilesas to now be suppressed or to even got rid of. This is all a chain. And within this chain, we find even with the Ajiva Attamaka Sila, Naishkram, the ability of letting go, because obviously Ajivika Attamaka Sila, to some it might come naturally through samsaric sort of habit, but for most it doesn't. For most it doesn't. So what do we do with Ajivika Attamaka Sila? We learn to let go. We learn to let go. In being able to sort of communicate, in being able to sort of think about yourself and of course another person, the world, we learn avihimsa, metta, mudita, karuna, right? In the way that we interact with beings, including ourselves and the world around us. Right? In prajna, we learn the ability to sort of discern, allowing the wheels of Dhamma to truly turn within us, to discern the moment, to understand what is happening. When we sort of have sort of lusting for different things or hatred towards a person or an instance, we start or we have this ability to now discern. Remember, there are no steps that we want to skip here because all of these things that we want to do, it is our journey. It is our insight that we work with. And in that working, in that effort that we put in, this motivates us to go deep and gives us a foundation to be able to live in a state of acceptance, happiness, being content, and all of these things that enforce stability within a life. All of that for every Arhat, for every Pacceka Buddha, and for every Buddha, Samma Sambuddha, started from the process of Sila, as they gently made their sort of, determinations to let go a bit more, bit more, bit more, enabling them to truly challenge themselves in the goodness, in the letting go, in the metta, mudita, karuna, upekka, prajna, that they can actually sort of, challenge themselves to transgress their own levels. If they in their mindset, okay, I can only have loving kindness to this extent, they challenge themselves to say, no, let me go beyond. If I am to say this is the only patience that I have, that is challenged by my own self, because that is what kusala is. Kusala is like this sort of, this, we wouldn't be able to say untamed, but it is like this energy that keeps on growing in a positive way, growing in a manner that you want to do better, do greater. And that is the foundation. And we don't have to do everything. We just have to sort of, like in a plant, to water it, to give it the nutrients, and then it will grow. Just like that, we just have to give it the foundation that it requires and take pleasure in sort of practicing, to derive pleasure from the practice. Every moment, even with the things that we often let go, doing it with a sense of responsibility, doing it with a state of presence that allows a person to truly be proud of what they have let go of. Because if anything, we realize that through letting go, we always come into a position of being able to grow. The things that we thought we cannot live without, right? When we do finally let go of it, we realize, my gosh, how much I've been lying to myself. I could very easily have lived without this thing or that person or whatever, but I was lying to myself, or I was considering myself so poorly. But now I find, having let go of that, how much I've grown beyond that. And I'm sure we all have many experiences in our own lives where we can speak of these sort of instances where we have let go and cultivated and developed ourselves. This is very important. Now, before we start, shall we now chant Namo Tassa in order to take up the Ajiva Sila? Ekkanik unmute karot. If one person unmutes, then can follow. Hemamala, would you like to unmute? Lovely. Namaskara kiyanna.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Saranagamenang sampunnang.
Ambante.
Anati pata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Panatipata viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Adinna dana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Dinadana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Kamesu miccāchāra veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Kāmesu miccāchāra viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Musāvādā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Musāvādā viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Pisuna vācā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Pisuna vācā viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Parusa vācā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Parusa vācā viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Samphappalāpā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Sampapralāpā viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Cha ajiva veramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami.
Micca ajiva veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Saranena sandhinga jiva attamaka silang dhammang sadhukang surakitang katva appamadena sambhadeta.
Sarana to access. Sorry, sorry.
Hari, if we thank you, Hemari, if we sort of look at the 8 precepts, the Ajiva Attamaka Sila, Panatipata, the respect for life, that stems from the respect that we have towards our own life and the life that we give birth to, or the life that we sort of cherish and hold dear in our lives as well. Adinnadana, the respect that we have towards the things that we work hard for in our life, right? So the little articles and the accessories of our life, the chetasikas or the chittas, in a way, those accessories and parts of our life that we have sort of cultivated, that we have groomed, that we have sort of collected through our life. Kame sumichachara, the respect that we have towards the relationships that we have cultivated in our lives, right? Again, the respect for life. Musavada, the respect that we have, or the respect that we cultivate to the truth in our lives. The Dhamma in that way is the ultimate of all those truths, right? However, for some, they do not receive this truth, but they receive other sort of sammati satyas, but they do not receive the paramatta satya, right? And some, they receive the paramatta satyas, but not in the quality that they should be receiving, or not in the quality that the paramatta satyas are available, right? Then pisuna vacha, right? Backbiting, pisuna vacha. All those types of speech that separates, right? That breaks and separates relationships. But we know as people who live that it is in relationships that stick together, in unity, in harmony, that life flourishes. Kalyana mitras even, right? Pisunavacha. Parusavacha is harsh and abusive speech, right? Harsh and abusive speech. This negates as respect and the holding of metta, right? If we, a conscious awareness of what or how we like to be spoken to, and giving that same metta and kindness to another person. Then we have sampapalapa. Sampapalapa. Sampapalapa, frivolous speech. Frivolous speech. But now frivolous speech can go into sort of these little sounds that we make, but that is only the shallow top of it. Frivolous speech, we have all been victims of frivolous speech. Victims. And how? People hiss porondudima. People promising things that they cannot sort of produce or give to you, right? All our lives, haven't we then been victims of sampapalapa? It is not just those meaningless tones and little whims and fancies of little tones of sounds. No, that is included. But moreover, speech that carries no weight. Speech that carries no weight. And what does it do? It harms. It harms us. if we speak it, and it harms the other person and that person's life, because they might be sort of waiting for the things that we promised or the things that we told that we would do, but we are never going to sort of actually do it, right? Some papalapa, right? On a shallow, yes, it's the tones, the little things that we make, right, as sounds, but moreover, it is the meaningless uttering of speech which holds no weight. Then Michya Ajiva is subscribing to ways of life that are wrong. Michya Ajiva, that bring harm to oneself and to other people. When a person within the journey of enlightenment is reinforced by these 8 sort of barriers or protective guards that we sort of lay, that person's practice, that person's life attracts Kalyan Mitras, attracts positive energy, deflects and chases away all that is negative, allows a person to cultivate an energy that is helpful in the path of progressing in the Dhamma, right? And that is what we all sort of would like and expect. This path is not one which is easy as well. This path needs and requires sacrifice. This path entails a lot of pain. There is no greater pain in our lives than the pain that befalls us when we start looking inwards. We might think that losing one person or losing another, maybe so close to you, is painful, but you realize what is truly pain when you close your eyes and you go into being aware about what we actually are on the inside. The festering nature of the kilesas, the festering nature of the hindrances, and their insidious presence in some thoughts, consciousnesses that we thought was so pure. We find hindrances in everywhere. Just like sort of worms and pests in fruit. From the outside, they look shiny, they look so delicious, but when you sometimes cut into it, it's not so. You can't eat it. You have to throw it away because it's festering with worms or whatnot. Right? Our minds, there is no greater pain that we truly see than the pain that we sort of see when we sort of go inside. It is difficult. That is why this Arya Marga is not one that is treaded by most, but only some. Because it is a challenge to truly close our eyes, to go inward and to accept and to be able to take it out bit by bit, part by part, applying Dhamma. This is a difficult task. And sometimes we ourselves sort of fall, we fail. But that is all right, as long as we are able to, the Dhamma is sort of taught in such a manner that we can always pick ourselves up and move forward. And that is the most important part. Failure is definitely going to happen. But every time that we do, if we stay in a position that we think that we have failed, that is when you have truly lost. But if you pick yourself back up and then start again, that is not failure. That is not failure. So even in your meditation, when your mind wanders, and you are able to bring it back again and again, maybe 10 times, 100 times, maybe 1,000 times, regardless, if you keep on bringing it back, you are still in the race. You're still in the path. You're still making good progress, because every time the mind wanders, you are sort of yanking it and bringing it back to the object at hand, to cultivate and keep cultivating awareness. So that is what we are going to be doing today, everyone. All right. So if we come into our meditating positions, seated gently, seated comfortably on a cushion or chair that you've chosen for yourself today. Taking a deep breath in, breathing out. And before we start our practice, let us ask for forgiveness for any transgressions in body, mind, or speech against Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha, against ourselves, the Buddha nature within us, to allow ourselves to transgress all of those negativities and shortcomings and to progress within the practice. Kayena vacha chittena pamadena maya katang achayang kamami bhante buripanya tathagata. Kayena vacha chittena pamadena maya katang achayang kamami dhamma sandittika kalika. Kayena vacha chittena pamadena maya katang achayang kamami sangha supatipanna anutta. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us sit comfortably, taking a deep breath in, filling up the chest, letting go gently, gently. Taking another deep breath in with profound awareness. Letting go, relaxing, relaxing. As you gently become fully aware of the body sitting here. Breathing out, breathing out. Taking another deep breath in, fully aware of the body, the breath. Coming into the present moment as we breathe out, relaxing ourselves, relaxing ourselves. Gently, gently, gently. Putting aside the past, the future. Letting go of any sort of burden that you might have, and simply allowing yourself to come into the present, right here, right now. Letting go, relaxing, deeper and deeper. Relaxing the muscles all across the body, the facial muscles, the shoulders, being focused but not being rigid, as we gently, gently guide our attention to observe the breath, observe the breath. Observe. 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 As we gently, gently establish a profound sense of awareness over the breath, heightening our awareness, samadhi. Observe the breath for a moment. Observe. Gently, gently. Being mindful of your posture. As you guide your attention to now observe the sensations all across the body. From observing the breath, let us guide our attention to the topmost part of the head. The topmost part of the head. Observe the sensation without any attachment, without any attachment. Observe. 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 Without any sense of attachment, any need to control or manipulate. Simply whatever that arises all across the head. Observe the rising, the falling, the rising, the falling. Observe. Gently guiding your attention from the head down to the forehead. See whatever sensations that arise. Whatever sensations that arise. Observe. 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 from the forehead down to the nostrils, the cheeks. Observe the sensation slowly, gently. Observe. Observe. Swiftly but gently moving down to the lips. Observe the sensations all around the lips. All observe. Observe. From the lips down to the chin. Observe the sensations, letting go as you gracefully move from part to part. Observe the rising, the falling, the rising, the falling. Gently, gently. Let go. Observe. Gently from the chin down to the neck, observing the sensations all around the neck, all around. Being very gentle with yourself. But within this moment, finding balance to continue to observe, to observe. From the neck down to the shoulder, every moment, a multitude of different sensations arising and passing away, arising and passing away. From moment to moment, one sensation after another. Observe, observe. Observe. Gently from the shoulders down to the arms of one. All the way down. The hands, the fingers, the tips of the fingers. Observe. 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 Gently guiding your attention back from the hands, the tips of the fingers, the arms, the forearms, back through the shoulders to the chest. Observe the sensations all around the chest, all around. Gently, gently. Observe, observe, observe. The sensations all across the chest. From the chest down to the shoulder, down to the abdomen. Observing, observe. All the different sensations being within the present as you observe the rise and fall of these different sensations. Observe, observe. Observe. the abdomen. Gently, gently guiding your attention downward to the thighs. Observing the sensations arising from each and every fiber of skin and muscle all across the thighs. Observe. Observe. Gently. Observe. Gently, gently. Observe the sensations all across the thigh. Balance. Be aware of the posture. Be aware of the posture. Observe. 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 Gently, gently. Every time the mind wanders, simply guiding your attention back to the object at hand. Observe, observe, observe. As you gently, gently guide your attention downwards from the thighs to the legs. Observe, observe. the legs, down to the feet, from the legs, down to the feet. Observe, observe, observe. Observe. Gently, gently. From the feet, taking a deep breath in, energizing the whole body, bringing yourself to the present, letting go of any other emotion, any other sensations, guiding your attention to the feet, observing the rise and the fall, be aware of the posture, the back straight, upright, be mindful of the posture. Relax the body, be within the present. Allow the kusala, chitta, to maintain the body. And you simply have to be with the object. The body will be maintained. Take another deep breath in. Breathing out, relax, relax, relax. Center yourself back into the present. Guiding your attention to the feet. Now let us gently but swiftly work ourselves upward from the feet to the legs. Observe the sensations, letting go, letting go. Observe arising, passing, and with the passing, simply let it go. Look at the motions without any attachment, without any attachment. Each and every fiber of skin and muscle all across the legs. Observe as it happens, as it happens. Gently, gently. 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 Guiding your attention from the legs to the thighs now, swiftly, gently, as it appears. Upada Titi Banga. Upada Titi Banga. Observe. 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 Gently. 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 Clinging on to nothing. Simply noticing. Simply noticing. Gently. Moving, guiding your attention from the legs to the thighs, swiftly through the thighs, up to the abdomen, all around the abdomen, all around, all around, all around. From the abdomen to the chest, the chest, all around the chest, the chest to the shoulder, the chest to the shoulder, the shoulders to the arms, the forearms, down to the hands, the fingers, Gently, gently. Gently. Moving upwards back to the shoulders. Observe. 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 The shoulders to the neck. The neck to the face, everyone. Observe the arising and the passing, the arising and the passing. The arising and the passing, observe everyone. Take joy in this moment of presence. All across the face. And now to the head. All around the head. Observe. 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 And now gently take a deep breath in, and as you breathe in, observe the sensations all across the body. Observe the sensations as you let go of the air. Relax, relax, head to toe, relax each and every muscle. Relax gently, 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 gently. Relax. Another deep breath in. Filling up the chest, hold on to the air for a moment. Letting go, relax, relax, deeper, deeper, head to toe, mind and body. Body and mind, relax, let go, let go, let go. Nothing to cling on to, simply let go. Feeling lighter and lighter, lighter and lighter. Take another deep breath in. And as you let go, gently opening your eyes and awakening. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. All right, everyone. So we are going to take a break of 30 minutes so you can get something to your system. Maybe you've not had breakfast as yet. So I will see you back at 9 o'clock. Remember, Ajiva Attamaka Sila. Okay. So don't be taking too much of calls during the morning. I'll see you at 9, everyone. I'll see you at 9. Then on Sunday. All right, everyone. It is time to make your way back. For us to start with our Dhatu Manasikara, the meditation on the elements. I think we could possibly do the elements meditation a little bit differently. Usually we would do the elements meditation in general, taking the whole body in general, right? Which can be a little bit ambiguous in the way that we sort of, which might also sort of, when we do not have enough samadhi, enough focus power, it can sort of lead to sort of dozing off quite easily because we are looking at a very sort of, a large proportion of the body. So let us mix it up with the way that we do the Vedananupasana and take part of the body as we go, right? And we are looking at the different sensations, and I will divide it up into the parts of the body. So it becomes easy to observe the four sort of elements within each part of the body. Okay? Lovely. Also, something else that I must mention is do not try too hard, everyone. You don't have to juggle every piece. If you're in kusala, if you're having samadhi, and if it is sort of conjoined with alobha, adosa, amoha, what happens is the body will be maintained in its posture, right? When you have awareness, the body is maintained or will be maintained in its posture, right? It is when you're trying too hard, the body will go forward. When you're feeling lazy or lackadaisical in the practice or dozing off, the body will go backward, right? So the only thing that you really need to focus upon is maintaining awareness upon what should be maintained upon, awareness upon. That is it, right? We cannot juggle, right? We cannot juggle many parts of it. No, you're sitting here simply relaxed within the present moment, taking every moment as it comes. Now, when you feel overwhelmed, right? And we usually do, it is normal that we sometimes feel overwhelmed, even with the sensations, and especially those of you who have hypersensitive minds, hyperactive minds, which is to say, you think a lot, you deduce everything. What you can do is simply when you feel a bit overwhelmed, take a deep breath in, relax, right? And then let it go, relax the mind and the body, and just come back to the object every time that you feel overwhelmed. Now, sometimes you might say, Bhante, no, I don't feel overwhelmed. Then I would ask you, do you feel a tightness around the forehead or the upper head? Right? For some, it can also be in the upper part of the chest, a tightness. If so, that is being overwhelmed also, right? You might not think that you're overwhelmed, but you can feel a tightness around the mind, like a sort of a chain, sort of tightening itself. That is a feeling of being overwhelmed. So what do? Take a deep breath in, center yourself, right? And then come back to the object. It's really easy. Just remember, you don't have to, it might be, we did start by saying it is a challenging practice, but you do not, it's all about the letting go, right? All about the letting go. Even, for example, sometimes when you feel sort of sleepy or you feel like dozing off, at that time, everyone, remember that sleep is also consciousness with its cetasikas, a consciousness with its mental factors. That also is uppada titipanga, right? Uppada titipanga. That also arises and passes away. That too is impermanent. So with emotions or sensations or perceptions pertaining to a nature which is lackadaisical, lazy, sleepy, these two are natures that can be let go of, right? Can be let go of. So make sure that you empower, you energize yourself moment to moment, moment to moment. When the awareness is within the present, every time that you are able to see the breath or the sensations, or now in this case, the elements, let that empower you, to inspire you, to energize you in moving forward. Is that understood, everyone? right? Is that understood? And now, what now, something else that can happen during the practice is also the fact of thinking, oh, I can't do this, right? A feeling, a sense of, or you might also be remembered of something wrong, a transgression of sila, or something wrong that might have happened in the past, right? At that time, remember, oh, we have started by chanting Kayena Vacha Chittena, right? That wrong that has been committed is in the past. Right now, there is purity. We have taken a sila, we have chanted Kayena Vacha Chittena and asked for forgiveness and all of these things. Hence, I am able to sort of go tread in the practice with purity. These are things so simply to remember whilst we go on this journey. All right, everyone, let us get down to the practice as we take a deep breath in, holding on to the breath, letting go, relaxing deeper and deeper. Relax, relax, relax. Gently, gently, gently. Relax, relax. Taking another deep breath in. Breathing out, relaxing deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. As we gently guide our attention, guide our attention. Guide our attention to the present, putting aside the past, the future, and simply being within this present moment, here and now, here and now. Centering ourselves, centering ourselves. As we gently, gently, gently guide our attention to the topmost part of the head, along with the face, everything above the shoulders. Observe your posture upright, but not rigid, simply maintaining. As we gently observe the nature of earth, hardness and softness, all throughout this area above the shoulders, the neck, the face, the head. Hardness, hardness, observe. And as you observe, you may see hardness existing in different levels all throughout. The hair touching upon the forehead, the lips touching against one another, the tightness around the mouth, the chin, through the pull of the muscles. The earth element felt as the air brushes against the tip of the nostril. The weight of the eyelids upon the eye as it remains closed. As you relax the facial muscles, observe the drop in the heaviness of the face, all the earth element. Observe the earth element rising and passing away moment to moment, constantly, constantly, also changing, impermanent in nature. But the nature of the earth element prolongs, arises, passes away, and arises yet again, ever changing. But as nature, constant, as long as the body exists, varying from time to time, harmoniously abiding with the other elements. Gently shifting your attention to observe the fire element, the temperature all across the head, the face, the neck, any sort of temperature that you feel, observe. Observe, gently observing, observing. The fire element, any sort of temperature, might be the warmness of today's weather, the coldness of the air, touching against the nostrils, or when you are breathing out through the mouth or the nostrils. The temperature, the earth, the fire element around the forehead, see if you can go deeper, beyond the basic scope into a more deeper scope of awareness over the elements. Gently, gently, gently. Going deeper and deeper as you let go. Seeing the intricate abiding of the earth and the fire element. The fire element working within each and every fiber, every particle, every substance that we are observing, holding all the other elements together, weighing down on itself. The earth and the fire mutually supporting one another. See if you can go that deep, but if not, just remain where you are as you observe. Now moving from the fire element to the element of air. The element of air, obvious and visible at the nostrils. Movement, but it is also visible every time any muscle moves. There is air element loving that movement. Aiding the process of that movement to happen. The air element. Observe. Observe. Gently. Gently observe. The water element now. The water element. Obvious and visible in the mouth. The tears of the eye, the wetness of the eyes, allowing that movement. Every time you might swallow some saliva, visible. The water element. The water element moisturizing the skin, hydrating the skin, keeping the skin from drying out and falling apart. The water element, earth, fire, wind and water, earth, fire, wind and water, earth, fire, wind and water, earth, fire, wind and water. Be observant of the posture. Are you slouching? Now come back to the object. Earth, fire, wind, and water. Observe without any attachment. Empty the mind. Empty the mind. Simply observe the element. Letting go and take pleasure in letting go. And as you let go, the mind and the body becoming lighter and lighter than ever before, bringing a deep sense of enlightening transcendence from the burdens of the past and the future to the liberation in the present. Gently guiding your attention to the torso, from the shoulders down to the chest. And down to the abdomen. Observe this area. Observe. 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 Gently. 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 Observe the earth element, the touch of the clothes against the body as you breathe. That is the earth element, the hardness, the softness that is felt. The abdomen pushing against the trousers or the garments that you might be wearing. That is the earth element. As you breathe, the tightness or the softness felt at the shoulders, the chest, the abdomen. That is the earth element. Observe, observe. The tightness around the shoulder. And as you relax the shoulders, the tightness. Gently reducing. To relax the shoulders even more, relax the mind. And the tightness will reduce even further. Even further. Be within this moment. There is no need to try too hard. Everything we need is here, within the present. We do not need to go searching elsewhere. It is all here. Gently, the tightness, the hardness, the softness around the lungs. As we breathe in and out, the shifting, the changing of this tightness, the softness, this earth element. This earth element. Observe, 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 observe. Gently, gently. Gently. From the earth element to now the fire element. Observe the fire element, any sort of temperature across the shoulders, the chest and the abdomen. Observe. Observe. Gently. Observe. Slowly. Gently. Guiding your attention to the air element. The lungs expanding and contracting. The abdomen expanding and contracting. The air element. Any sort of movement, even as you relax the shoulders. The movement of relaxation. The air element. The air element. Gently take a deep breath in, minding the posture, breathing out. Feel the air element all across the torso, the shoulders. Relax. Ever changing, moving. Existing. A sense of great harmony with the other elements. Observe. 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 Gently, gently, observing the water element. The water element, cohesion, holding everything together, aiding movement, the different particles, structure being held together by the nature of water. Cohesion at the shoulders, the chest, the abdomen. Observe, observe, observe. Gently, gently guiding your attention downwards. from the abdomen, chest, and shoulders down to the thighs, the buttocks, the legs, the knees, the legs, the feet, to everything below the waist. Observe the earth element, the tightness as you are seated. The pressure of the cushion or chair against the thighs and the buttocks. If your legs are crossed, the sensations, the earth element, the tightness felt at the touching point of the legs, upon the legs or the thighs. The pressure felt as the skin brushes again, the clothes, the socks, any type of clothing that you're wearing. The earth element, the earth element, the earth element. Gently, gently. Gently, gently. Take every moment as it comes. Put everything in your mind aside, everything that you assume must be of a certain way, put all of that aside. Deal with what is of the now, not what you think it ought to be. As you gently take a deep breath in, centering yourself, minding the posture, relaxing the muscles all across the body, guide your attention to observe the elements all across the lower body. The earth element, then gently shifting to the fire element. Go deep into those places of pressure. See if you can observe the fire element, allowing for that pressure, aiding that pressure. Temperature, soft, heat or cold. At those places where the clothes touch against the skin, is there the fire element? See for yourself. Journeying from the gross manifestations of the fire element temperature to the more finer manifestations of it. Observe, observe, observe. Moment to moment. Observe, observe. gently from the fire element to the water element. Minding the posture, minding the posture. Take a deep breath in, deep breath, relax the whole body and the mind. A deep sense of freshness, alertness, awareness as you bring your mind back to observe the water element. The water element, cohesion, cohesion. The cohesion around the earth and the fire, allowing those processes to be so closely related, aiding one another. Cohesion, the water element. Look at that. Look at that. The pressure of the cushion or seat. The earth element. The fire element existing with temperature. And cohesion, allowing those processes, aiding those processes to be so closely related together. And with any movement or change of the muscles, you find the air element. Observe. Earth. Fire. Wind. Water. Earth. Fire. Wind and water. Shift steadily between the elements. Earth. All across the lower body. Fire. Wind or air and water. Earth, feel it all the way down at the soles of your feet. The toes touching one another, all earth element, tightness, pressure. As the feet rest on the ground, there is pressure. That is the earth element. As the feet hang below the chair, there is pressure. That is the earth element. The fire element follows closely. Also exists all across the lower body, the fire element. The air element, all movement, the specks of air within, between the particles, a loving movement, change, shifting, balance, air element. And then the water element closely aiding cohesion. All these natures. Earth, observe. Fire, observe. Air, Observe water. Observe. Observe. Gently, gently guide your attention to now observe the whole body, whole body. Brushing through the body, earth, fire, air, water, all across the body. Any form of pressure or touch is the earth element. The hands touching one another. The body touching the sheet, the seat, the cushion, the chair. Your back resting against this chair, all earth, earth, earth. The tongue resting against the upper palate, the earth touching against teeth, earth. The hair brushing against the forehead and sides of the face, earth. The earphones in the ears, the sensations of tightness, earth. The clothes brushing against the body, the skin, earth. The thighs brushing against one another, earth. The feet resting on the ground, earth. Shift, everyone. Be in the present, be in the present. Relax, relax. Deep breath in. Letting go, relax deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Relax, relax. Gently, gently moving on to observe the fire element. Fire element. Temperature. Heat or cool. The temperature of the air as you breathe in and out. Fire. The temperature all across the head as the hair creates a more sweatier environment on the head. Fire. The temperature in the points of pressure, the buttocks, the thighs upon the cushion or chair, the hands resting on one another or the lap. All these points, the temperature note, fire element. The feet resting upon the ground, there's temperature there, fire. In between the toes, temperature there, fire. You might even be able to feel the different temperature, a different fire element within the abdomen, within the stomach. Fire. All fire element. At every point the clothes touches against the body, you can feel, are you able to feel a different temperature? Fire. your fire. Observe, observe, observe. Gently, gently observe. Moving on to the air element, taking a deep breath in, breathing into the whole body, the air element right there, expanding and contracting of the chest, the abdomen, the movement of the chest, abdomen, shoulders, arms, legs, as you take a deep breath in, letting go, relaxing, 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 gently, gently. Observe, 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 observe. Gently, any form of movement, air, switching of balance between the elements, air, the rise and fall of the chest, air, the abdomen, expanding and contracting with the breathing, and as we gently, gently move to the water element, holding all together, holding everything together, cohesion. Just like water brings together a dusty bowl of flour to a dough, just so water brings together all the elements, allowing the harmonious presence of all elements, of all elements, of all elements. Gently, gently. Note how all of these elements ever changing up until this body lasts. It keeps on changing in cycles. One sensation that you might feel is not the sensation that you feel the very next moment. Ever changing. These are natures that coexist with one another. Earth, fire, air and water. Allowing this physical body to be, to exist. The perception of self within this body only possible because of the elements working in harmony with one another to maintain the integrity of this body. Gently taking a deep breath in, be aware of the posture. Gently, gently, gently. Breathing out, relaxing the body, each and every fiber of skin and muscle from head to toe, relax. Let it go, let it go, let it go. As you gently, gently, gently guide your awareness to this relaxation, letting go. Taking another deep breath in, energizing the mind, the body, and breathing out, relaxing the mind and body. Relax, relax, relax. Gently, gently, gently. Taking another gentle breath in. As you breathe out, becoming aware of your surrounding and gently opening your eyes. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. All right, everyone. So, this is the moment of our Kammatthana discussion. Yes, it is. So, any questions that anyone might have with regards to specifically meditation, their meditation practice? Yes.
Bhante, the second part was a little tough for me because my foot gave me enough pressure. It was really difficult for me to concentrate. But anyway, I tried and tried and tried. The whole body started aching then, mainly because of the ankle. But I just went on. Thought I must give up. I thought I couldn't anymore. So I changed seat also for that purpose. Because I'm supposed to stretch my foot at least, which I didn't do. That's my experience today, Bhante. It was good anyway. I strived hard.
Yes, well, Sujata, well, we have to, the foot need not be stretched out or in a particular way.
Yeah.
We have to take it as it comes.
Yes.
And also the fact that if, sometimes we are unable to feel a pressure or a sensation at a particular part of the body, and that is quite all right.
Yeah.
Right, and that is quite all right. But
Yeah.
we just simply allow ourselves to just, because the more that we want to feel a sensation, the lesser we will actually feel it. Right.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it is in being able to advert the mind with a sense of equanimity towards that area, towards feeling, or here feeling that sensation, then the sensation becomes more clearly apparent in that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sujata?
Yeah. Bhante, what is the fire element? What's the sensation there?
Correct. Now, the fire element, right? Think of it, think of it, um, think of it as two layers, like parallel, right? Now, the first one is, let us say, the chair, the cushion, and then the buttocks, we are sitting, right? The sensation. Now, there is pressure between these two,
Yeah.
right? There is pressure between these two. That pressure, there's hardness. There's hardness in the cushion. There's hardness on the skin or the muscles, right? That is pushing against the cushion as well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Between these two, right, there is static between these two.
Static moment, or is it?
No, there is a moment, the fire energy you find within these two levels,
Yeah.
right? Within these two levels, that there is another energy which connects, or which allows the two pressures to be sort of falling into each other.
Ah, touching it as sort of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Touching each other, much rather use falling into each other,
Right.
right? Colliding with each other.
Yes.
That can be taken as the fire element there,
Oh.
right? So, for example, now if you would just sort of think about, the clothes touching against the body, there is the earth element, the hardness or the softness.
That I
But
know. Yes. Sorry.
within that moment,
Yeah.
right, where the clothes are touching against the body, at that same moment, you know that there is a change of temperature there. Yeah. We know, for example, if you're wearing synthetic polyester or something, it's going to be hot today.
Yes.
If you're wearing linen, it's going to be less hotter because it's a more breathable fabric. If you're wearing heavy cotton, like I am, it's going to be a little bit hot again, right? Now, but not as bad as a polyester, right? Now, whilst we can feel the softness or the hardness of the clothes, there is also fire element which negates the temperature there, right? Now you see everyone, Anyamanya Pachaya, we have to come back to it. Anyamanya, the mutuality condition here then is apparent how that static energy which is present between as the earth element is also what allows for us to feel the hardness and the softness of the earth element, of the static energy of the fire element allows us to feel the hardness of the softness of the earth element, right? The water element, now these two elements are so closely knit, right? We can also find the air element in that. However, if we just take these two because that's more clearer, these two are closely knit, right? That is the water element. Do you get it? Cohesion there. That is the water element. Now, this between these two, then Kimu, if I am to adjust my robes or you are to adjust your clothes, right? There is a sense of change within the levels of the fire element, the earth element, and the water element, right? That is the air element.
Mm.
Does that make sense? The air element loves for that change to occur, the movement to occur, right? Movement to occur. That is the air element. So now you find without the air element, that change will not happen, right? That change is necessary for all parts of the other elements. Without the fire element, that static energy will not happen, because the fire element, it falls into one another. The elements fall into one another, creating a sort of a coalition of sorts, right? A togetherness of the rest of the elements. But the water element keeps everything together, smoothly together, right? The nature of hardness is simply the tactile, not tactile, the nature of sort of solidity within that composition, all of which becomes clear as you observe. As you observe. Sujata, a little bit more than what you asked,
Yes, thank
right?
you.
But I hope, something to think about as we meditate, go further.
Yes, thank you, Bhandini.
Yeah?
It's lovely.
Yeah. Mala, do you want to ask something? No? Okay. Can't hear you. iPad, Padma.
There was a disturbance
Yeah.
actually.
Oh, was it? Okay. Did you hear me? Were you not able to hear
Yeah,
me?
I can.
Padma, do you want to ask something?
I can hear you. No, I just want to thank you because I was very about the headband issue. You said if you feel like a headband, because I often get it and I think it's tension. And
Yeah.
I think the natural response is to, okay, take a deep breath and relax. But I didn't think that it was really a sense of being overwhelmed till you said it today.
Yeah.
Which I found interesting. Anyway, thank you, because I've been trying to sort that one out. So thank you very much for that.
Yes. The something that I have really found helping, which has helped me, is to chant Kayana Vacha, right? That truly helps you, because that really helps you sort of keep that sort of baggage down, right? And to sort of start anew almost, because the reality of our lives is that we do have transgressions, we do certain things which are wrong against ourselves or other people. And chanting Kayana Vacha, sort of asking forgiveness from ourselves for any sort of transgression, body, speech, and mind, allows or paves way for a more sort of lightness of mind that can very much be helpful, right? Very much be helpful. Anyone else?
Bante, can you hear me?
Yes, dear, we can.
Bante, I don't know if there's something wrong with our connection with Sky. We couldn't get in from 5 to 9, so for a long time we were struggling. I'm now receiving you on my phone, but I think Sudanta can't in none of the mic. So I think it's something wrong with our end, not your end, because all the others are okay. But I found that when you started the beginning in the morning and you asked for forgiveness, and I remember when I first came into meditation with Katakundari Nyan and the Handru, in Pahankanu, I noticed that that's how he started, by saying it, Hitakawatani Yamkativaldak Mandano Tonodoto Karatna Matasamala, that kind of thing. And he taught us in English also, if my body, speech, or mind, if we knowing or unknowingly have done transgression to ourselves, to anybody, please forgive me. And we have continued with that practice. And I noticed today, you started the whole morning session with that. So in the same way, like the headband incidents, that whenever we have something onto it, whether it's a physical or whether it's any other challenge that comes, whatever it is, that something we want doesn't happen or something we don't want, which is emotional or mental or something, just bearing in mind that everything that happens is because of the way we are responding to it and not because of what's happening in the situation or someone else around. When we immediately brings that thought of forgiveness, in English Sinhalese, or if you just say, please forgive me. And it has a tremendous powerful effect, because as you mentioned, Bhante, the transgressions are there all the time in bodies, which we are not even aware of. And just focusing on that act of forgiveness, very often, even if it doesn't completely go away, the suffering doing it gets enormously reduced. So thank you very much for mentioning that today.
All right, thank you very much for that sharing. Anyone else with regards, can we talk with regards to our individual practice? Shriyani, I know that you do Dhatu Manskara. How was the Dhatu Manskara today for you, Shriyani? I think you managed to off the camera, Shriyani.
Oh, sorry. Bhante, how, I don't know whether it's correct. How I do the to me, Dhatu Manasikara, it comes with the whole, the system, the whole body temperature, sweating, that kind of heat or sudden cold or temperature, that's that kind of thing. And when it's come to Patavi, it becomes like a tightness. Its body all goes, whole body goes into sudden, what do you call, a spasm or something like that. And then feel the weight, the heaviness of the body. And then I feel my whole, when it's come to air element, the whole body is expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. The whole body is breathing from head to toe. And when it's come to the water element, it's again, sometimes it's sweaty, hot, that way. Sometimes the whole internally, it's like a river flowing inside. And that, and this today, but I did not experience, but previously I have had experience of suddenly all of them get together and go into a, what do you call, it's like a turning into a one big like a storm inside, that kind of thing. I have experienced like that. Then suddenly it's calmed down and whole mind is in one place. And I think that kids suddenly, until you say to let it go, I was in a place where I was, everything is all come together and it's disappeared, but not in a storm manner, but it came together and stayed. And I was stuck there and I was staying there. Then you suddenly said, let it go. And then I came out of it then. Is that correct method or?
Well, Shriyani, there is a mixture there. The earth, fire, wind, those experiences are quite are experiences that sort of advocate for a sense of samadhi. However, from the water onwards, I feel like the water was a upaklesha there, not a samadhi experience. And then the whirlpool-like elements coming together, that also looks like a more upaklesha experience rather than a samadhi experience. So you might just have to be aware of that. Right? The four elements coming into a whirlpool experience, that experience that you just sort of explained, it sounds more like an upakleshan experience rather than a samadhi-based experience in that moment. Right? In that moment. Because the elements, this kind of experience comes, it does happen, right? But it happens in the higher up levels, nearing up to Sankarupekha, right? Not at this moment in time. not at this moment in time. So here, if it is sort of like a blizzard-like cyclone kind of sort of coming together, like a whirlpool of elements coming together, sort of crashing into, not even crashing into, but sort of, it's like a whirlpool. It's literally like a whirlpool. It's like a cyclone with water, isn't it? Cyclone with water. So a whirlpool, so a whirlpool kind of thing, but it can be sort of like a sort of a cyclone or something, sort of twirling with one, sort of twirling around. You know, that kind of experience, Shriyani, for duck, you know, you'll have to just have a bit more awareness to see that is you, and you will see that that is more of an upaklesha rather than a vipassana experience there.
But that takes me to a very calm place.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I'll be it'll take me to a calm place, and then I'm there.
Yeah.
This very, very calm place. It's a blank, basically.
Yeah. The thing is, it's not the calm. Now, in Vipassana, this is what we need to understand. In Vipassana, going to a calm place is not our goal. So why do we assume that everything that is calm is good? Going in Vipassana, calmness or that center of time where that becomes a goal is essentially in Samatha, not Vipassana, Shriyani. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
we cannot assume that everything that is calm is essentially good for our practice at that moment, right? But the thing is, make a harikasana puluwa, right? You can sort of just let go. Let go, but now, for example, the water element is quite a challenging element to actually sort of see, right? Because as we also know in the Abhidhamma, the water element is a manifestation, or is seen through the manifestation of earth, fire, and wind, right? Cohesion, right? It is essentially because earth, fire, and wind exist so closely together. It is in that sense that we see the water element. It is a hard element to see, right? It is not as gross. Now, for example, even with, let us say, the wind element, we at least have the breath or the contraction and the expansion of the chest or the abdomen to see. What do we have to see in the water element? We can't take the pounding of the heart because that is the earth element, right? We can't take that because that's the earth element. Now see, that is where the mind then goes on to, it takes the blood, the fact that we have so much of water in our system, we take that as that is not the earth, water element.
But sweating is neither.
Sweating, it depends. So this is why sweating can be the water element if it is done according to the Kaivatasati method. Right. So what method are we doing here? Right now, I didn't do the Kaivatasati method, which is taking the foulness of the body meditation, right? And you link that up to the Dhatu Manasikara. Then the Dhatu Manasikara can be taken. The sweat can be taken as a water element. Right? But if you're, for example, the technique that we did today does not take the components of the body like that, right? It goes directly into the nature. So you have to be very precise on which technique you're using there. Right? Because at the end, now, for example, this technique that we did today is a bit ahead of the foulness meditation technique, or taking the components of the body, right? The components of the body. It's a bit more ahead, because after you do that, you come into this, which we did today.
So how do you look at the water element this way? Sorry, can you repeat again, please?
In this in this technique, how we look at the water element is through the cohesive existence of the rest of the three elements.
Oh, I see.
Right now, where it turned into upaklesha. Now, this is how it turned into an upaklesha. You took water as the water element. That is how it turned into the upaklesha. Water is not the water element. Do you understand? If we take water as the water element, that is where the water in the body turns or appears as a river inside. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Right? Because water, if we have learned anything, it is the fact that water is not the water element. Now, for example, like jhana and jhana pachaya. Jhana is different, jhana pachaya is different. Just so, water, H2O, is one, and then the water element represents the nature of water. What is the nature of water? It holds everything together. That is the nature that we go for. Do you understand, Shreya? අර විදියට ගත්තේ හින්දා තමයි අර රිවර් එක වගේ ආවේ. Yeah. That is how we know that's a upaklesha. Yeah. And usually everyone, if you see a whirlpool, if you see a whirlpool in any of your meditations, that is most probably an upaklesha. Right? Nothing to be scared of, just be aware, because the whirlpools appear at moments of anapanasati, vedananupassana, dhatu manasikara. Actually most of the vipassanas that we do, the whirlpool can appear. What we simply do is let go. Because it becomes something very interesting and fascinating to look upon. Right? Simply do you understand? Right? So for example, from a split second of a moment, you're there looking at this whirlpool. You become aware and you draw yourself, the whirlpool disappears and you're back with the object. That is what happens. Right? So, yes, Damsiri, I can see your eager eyes.
Right. Bhante, when it comes to water element, is it possible for us to actually contemplate on cohesive nature of the bloodstream or the bloodstream? Because in science we call it surface tension. Okay. Surface tension is the energy behind water, right? That help the flow of bloodstream right through the body. So when you contemplate on cohesive nature of water, is actually the energy that brings the flow of bloodstream. Yeah.
We can.
Yeah. Okay.
We can, but possibly not in the beginning, Damsiri.
All right. Okay.
What happens in the beginning, and this is an often made mistake, which is when we try to contemplate, it's better not to touch the heart at all. Right? Because when we try to sort of look at the cohesive or the surface tension of the blood, we first go to sort of judge it from the heart, which is not a good thing. How we can do it is in this manner, which is much, much more safer. When we start with Vedananupassana, and when the Vedananupassana improves, the surface tension of the blood becomes apparent and very clear as a sensation. The pulsating tension of the blood becomes very apparent. We can take that blood tension as the cohesive nature.
Yeah, okay.
We have to go deeper.
Yeah.
And when we do, we can take it as the surface tension inside. Yeah. So through the Vedananupassana ensures a safe passage into seeing that.
Yeah.
Right. Also, another way that can be done is when we improve upon today's technique that we have done, Damsiri, what happens is with any sort of physicality, we begin to now be able to clearly see the difference between Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, earth, fire, wind, water, air. Earth, fire, wind, water, right? Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, the four elements. In doing so, when we come into the realization of the harmonious, intricate manner that they exist and mutually support one another, still knowing and clearly being able to apprehend its individual nature as well, then anything becomes divisible by the dhatus and collected by the dhatus as well.
Yeah.
That is a point that we try to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like your explanation. Physicality, the physicality of the in Buddhism we call it Mahabhuta.
Mahabhuta.
Mahabhuta, the word is actually physical. In Sinhala, physics is called Bhautika Vidyava. Bhautika. Oh yeah, and the Mahabhuta, the Bhautika come from Mahabhuta. Bhuta.
Okay.
Bhuta is Bhautika. It's physicality.
Okay.
So
physicality.
Yeah. So the word you very correctly use the word physicality. Yes. Yeah.
Physicality. Yes. Is that clear to everyone? Because I think in the beginning, we all assume, including myself, we all assume that fire is fire element, is the fire, earth element is the earth, but it is, remember, just as we spoke about in the revision class in the Abhidhamma, these are natures, right?
Yeah.
These are natures, and this nature, so even when we sort of say, even when I was doing the meditation, the arising and passing away, actually it's very difficult to see the arising and passing away of a nature. You know what I mean? For example, like arising and passing away of AI, space is always there, right? AI is always there. At what moment is it arising and passing away? Yes, there is, but how can I see that? Right? Because what we essentially try to do is not to conceptualize, we don't try to conceptualize, but we try to see it as it is. So what we see, the importance of it all is the fact that we see, yes, it is a nature. It seems constant in the way that it sort of applies to my physicality. However, through the arising, for example, we see the impermanence of it. How do we see the impermanence of the bhutas? Through that variation of the balances, right? For example, if my hand is here, right, and if I'm leaving it there static, right, there is a balance of the bhutas that allows my hand to be static there. If I change it, that change in the balance which now allows my hand to be like this, that's the impermanence that we take. Right? Meaning, whatever Vedana that arises, whatever Sanya that arises, whatever way, Panchupadana from the 5 aggregates of clinging, however I might take this shift, the perception itself, I might assume, okay, this is it, but it is not it. And how do I see that it is not it? In the variation of that nature in terms of how it balances when I change. As I shift my legs to walk, as I shift my weight to sort of turn in bed, all of these things, that shift is what is impermanent. Because up until death, Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, earth, fire, wind, and water will exist. But it will be constantly changing. Constantly. That impermanence, as you would now see, is not the same as, for example, the rising breath and the falling breath. Isn't it? You can't apply the same thing because I don't think even that it is possible, right, for a mundane person to see the shift, the impermanence of a Mahabhuta, because Mahabhutas, they are so fine. They are natures. right? Because they are natures, it is almost impossible to see the rising and the falling of a certain Mahabhuta. We are only able to find that in the shifts, how it shifts. Is that clear, everyone? Yeah. Any other questions that anyone might have? Hemamali, why don't you tell us something? Tell us something.
Bhante, I felt that when you say air element is harmonious with other elements, I throughout the meditation, I felt like they are very jointly working together, like harmoniously, and also I felt more sati and more awareness, something good and lighter. Yeah. The way you said it's every word went to I followed. I felt easier how they work harmoniously. Like I don't know whether it's correct, but
well, let's see. Anoma, yes.
Yeah, Bhante, now I used to do this element meditation, but I don't know today. I think I got a bit confused after listening to all the discussion, whether I'm doing the right way.
Okay.
Coming to the water. Now, as Damsiri mentioned, when I practice water element, I think of the blood, the flow of the blood. And when it comes to fire element, I think, it's like kind of burning sensation, and I start sweating. And then I connect that sweat to water element. Wind, of course, I think it's the breathing, and I live, my life is there because of breath. When I was born, it was my first breath, and the last. It's not permanent; it's impermanent. That is how I practice that. And today, when you put all four together at the end, after I completed it, after we finished the session, I felt, did I make a puzzle of myself, like putting all four together, and at the end I am there.
Okay.
That is how I.
Okay. At the end,
yeah. I like it was, we make children make puzzles, we put pieces together, right? So I put, like, at the end, when I came out from the meditation, I felt, oh, did I make a puzzle? Putting all four pieces, like all four elements together, and at the end, I'm there.
Okay.
I don't like to call it I am, but there's a person. That is how I felt. And I was very kind of, I was in some other world, I think. And I was thinking, this is, and then when you said Anyamanya Pacha, now I realize that all these four are connected to each other, and which Hemamali also said, I don't know, I'm confused, Bhante. Anyway, another thing I want to suggest, Bhante, I think others also might agree with me. Now we do 3 times a week meditation, Bhante. Of course, I'm not there every day. But can we do this element meditation one day, Bhante? I think it's very interesting, Bhante. Now we're learning a lot from that, I think.
All right. Yes.
And explaining each element every day, and with some reading material also, I think it could be nice, Bhante. We can do after all, now Hemamali is going on holiday and all, after she comes and all that. It's a deal.
All right.
Thank you, Bhante. I don't know, I'm lost now, Bhante. Thank you.
So the thing is, element meditation, or someone has also asked, how do you practice? How would a beginner to element meditation start it, right? So someone has asked that question as well. The thing is, element meditation, of course, with the usual group, because we all study Abhidhamma, right, together, we have somewhat of an idea about the intricate relations between the elements, somewhat, not a in-depth experience-based idea, but somewhat of an idea, right? Which makes, now you see, this is how Abhidhamma helps us, right? Now, I said, Anne Manne Pache, and Anoma got it, and she was like, aha, so, right?
I made a puzzle of my life. I put it
Yeah,
all to
and
pieces.
and Anoma, that is quite realistic, because yes, it does absolutely feel like a puzzle coming together with element meditation, which makes it feel like, oh, these are the mechanisms. So when we start element meditation, yes, we all start, blood is water, the fire, the tension. But the thing is, as we progress, and with our progression in our knowledge and sort of wisdom, hopefully, we can sort of negate it in a much, much more realistic manner, right? And the realistic manner of it all is the fact that the four elements are intricately related to one another, right? Are intricately related to one another. The blood is not an effective manifestation of the water element, right? Because we are referring to natures, not one substance. We are referring to natures, right? And these natures live or are present in their own ways within the whole sort of complex of the body. As a beginner, how we could start the element meditation is the 32 parts of the body, right? The 32 parts of the body provides a wonderful basis for the starting of the practice, right? Because it has sort of broken down the 32 parts of the body to earth, fire, wind, and water, which is a very easy way of starting to contemplate. When you are able to now sort of contemplate and see that, then you come or arrive into what we sort of essentially did today, which is the more intricate existence of the elements, right? So Anoma, with regards to, I would say, don't be confused. That was what you did with the blood and all of that. That is good for the beginning stage, but I believe now you can sort of come into this other stage.
Okay, Bhante.
Right, which is seeing the intricate way that these elements persist within the body as a nature, not connected to the physicality, but as a nature. But then what happens is Nama and Rupa become all more refined.
Yeah.
Right? All the more refined. Then when we take Rupa, right, something that you also start to see is the mind changes. For example, let us say the shoulders, right? A stiffness of the shoulder appears. The mind reacts to the stiffness of the shoulder and says, oh my gosh, will they turn into a fire-like sensation which is painful, or will this turn into a painful sensation, right? When that thought of pain appears, or thought of anxiety appears, the pain starts appearing now, right? Now you start seeing, with my sort of mind, Nama, how the Rupa reacted. Do you understand? Now this comes after, because Nama and Rupa has a link between it. Mind and matter has a link between it. How do we see the link? Right? That becomes all the more apparent and clear with this now. Earlier it was bland, plain, with the 32 body parts, it was plainly 32 body parts, meditation with Dhatu Manasikara. Now it is simply Dhatu Manasikara. What are the Dhatus? How do they exist? What are the elements? How do they exist? With this, the next stage is going to be mind and body. What is this relationship here? Right? What is this relationship here? And that too, the knowing the Abhidhamma helps so much, because there too, it helps us to sort of realize, with this reaction, these are the sort of the physicalities that can arise, or the changes to the physicality that can arise, right? That comes next, right? So Anoma, so nothing to be confused, just different stages and levels.
Okay, Bhante, thank you so much, Bhante.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope I answered iPhone's question as well, how, so you could very well start with 32 body parts meditation. I think there's a website dedicated to it called 32parts.com. If I remember, it's 32 body parts or 32 parts, I think, right? Any other questions? Any other questions? Yes, Damse. We are not getting any questions from the ones without the cameras on. I'm so sad about this, sort of. It's always the case. Lakshman, Sudharma, Samantha, come on, say something. Yes, Damse.
Yeah, but it's at the same time, the basic knowledge of Patthana also help to understand the physiology of mind.
The physiology of mind.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But
that now the example you said was your mind create the pain, which is a rupa. So it's a chittaja rupa. So we explain how the chittaja rupa is generated due to various reasons.
Mental, exactly.
Yeah.
Mental consciousness. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And even if now, for example, even when we sort of with the progressing of the practice, something that we sort of ought to see is also if my practice is being hindered. For example, if we have to drag ourselves along the practice, right? If we have to drag ourselves along the practice, if we have to push ourselves, then there is a sense of there's a sense of difficulty. When you're inspired by the practice, it's a whole different thing, right? That inspiration of practice comes with a keen sense. It's not just meditation, but it's also a lot of different other parts, right? For example, these are the effective operation of the balas, the powers, which enables a person to now be inspired by the practice in such a manner that the person does not disrespect the Dhamma. And what is disrespecting the Dhamma? Disrespecting the Dhamma is essentially disrespecting the quality of truth that we perceive as a person. So even with Kayena, Vacha, Chittena, traditionally, culturally, we are sort of made to sort of believe that we are asking forgiveness from three different entities. But truly, we are asking forgiveness of ourselves, from ourselves, right? From ourselves. And that is very important because it allows us to be clearly connected to what is true and right. That is very important because sometimes we keep pushing ourselves out of desperation and all of that, and we sort of, we think about why is it that I am not sort of, because you're pushing one part and leaving 4 other parts behind. You have the virya, but you do not have the rest of the other balas, right? Or, when it comes to respect is so important because the moment that you lose that respect, your mind will not listen to you. The practice will not listen to you. The practice will not cultivate itself, right? That is why in the sense of cultivating this practice, it is very important that we remain authentic and connected to what we are doing and ensure that we are inspired by that which we are doing. Inspired by that which we are doing. That is of paramount importance to our practice, for sure. Yeah.
Bante, may I just add? Bante. Bante?
Yes.
Bante? Deal here? Can you hear me? Because I'm coming on.
Yes, I can hear you.
I really like that last statement, because only yesterday I read something that nothing to do with Buddhism, but about success in life by Warren Buffett. And he said those same three words, but used different. He said, if you don't have passion for what you're doing, so you use the word inspired. And if you don't have respect, and the third one is integrity, the ultimate truth, that whatever you do, you will not succeed. And those are three things. And I just thought you use instead of the passion, he used inspired, respect. And he said that's why in your life, when you go, whomever you meet, you got to respect them, whether they are subordinates, equal, the people you harm. If you don't have that mutual respect for each other, and you can't make them respect you, but if you don't have that, and you must never deviate from the truth, because ultimately this whole process is going towards ultimate reality, which is the Paramatta Satya. So if you can't be in conventional Samyukta Satya, you can forget about being in the Paramatta. So you use the same three words which has been quoted now because the world is in a turmoil.
Dill, you're stuck.
Somebody had asked, and this is you can't hear.
Can you hear now me? We can hear.
Yeah, Bante, because I'm using my tiny phone, because the Sky connection in our house has fallen away. So all the computers are not working, the iPads I can't connect, and only my phone. And Siddhanta has finished his data. But did you hear what I said about
yes,
what I said?
Thank you so much.
And the truth. Yeah. It's exactly what I read yesterday, but you use the word, inspiration instead of passion, and you use the word, the integrity, the truth, ultimate reality, and respect. And that's a word which other things we can, but the respect that one has. If you don't respect something, you can't progress in it, because then it becomes a resistance and a challenge, and you can't succeed if you listen. Thank you, Bante.
Thank you, Dil. Yes, Shriyani.
Bante, with the morning session, Vedananupassana, now what I experienced is it was like I could see in the Vedananupassana what we are trying to do is see the sensations sensations as sensations, as also sensations as how can I explain? It's only experience in it's very difficult to explain. I don't know. It's like energy, form of energy. That's how I felt it. It's like suddenly mind and the body both were in one. It's mind and matter was one, and then it became form of energy. And then it's a form of sensation. It's a sensation. Danima Pamanai. That's it. It's this and it's a what is it? Upadititi Banga through it could see that in a small can break into small sections and see it's how it appears and disappears. It's that's how I experience the. Is that correct? Or?
Well, Shriyani, what I have to say is there is a fundamental, a sort of a ground problem here, right? And we often see this ground problem when people they they try so hard to achieve and attain, right? That we would easily forget the gist and crux of the practice in that sort of desperation to achieve and attain. And that essential part is letting go, right? Letting go. Sitting on and sitting in, right? Sort of Kammatthana sessions where a lot of developed monks would speak about their experiences and all of this. We find the beauty of simplicity as we progress in the practice. The opposite happens when, this is the thing. The opposite happens when we are so desperate. We want to achieve, we want to attain nirvana. I'm getting old. I need to sort of work at this, fast, come on, let it happen. All of this sense of hurriedness, right? And what happens is we lose the Dhamma in that process. And we begin to overcomplicate everything in a manner that now I'm pushing myself, and I'm pushing myself with my whole entirety of energy, but not sort of energized by the Dhamma. Now that is off balance, right? And many of the problems that you might find, Shriyani, you and a lot of other people even here, is the fact of when we simply if we are able to, in that very moment, ativena de, hataganna de, in that very moment, I think these are Sinha speakers. So, mohote hataganna dehe, mohote meka anityai, meka dukkhay, meka anatmai. Ho. මොහොතේ හටගන්න දෙය අපිට මොහොතේ අත්තර අපේ මේ ගමන යන්න පුළුවන් නම් we find immense security in stability and stability, right? Because you find even sometimes you remember, or I remember at Pau or at Mahasi when monks and nuns would speak about their more higher achievements and attainments, right? And you find like a level 1 sort of meditator or a level 2 sort of meditator speaking about their achievements and attainments. The level 1 and level 2 seems to be more complicated than the ones who are in those last few levels. Why is this? Because of that sense of desperation to know and to sort of deduce everything. This is an impediment, dharma vitarka, right? Now, it is with a great amount of compassion. The thing is, our minds work so much. That we tend to want to sort of break everything apart. But the thing is, we don't need to break everything apart, right? We just need to simply watch and know that we are right in watching one thing and one thing only. What is in the present? වර්තමාන මොහොතේ හටගන්න සංස්කාරක ධර්මයන් හටගන්න විලාසයේ විතරයි අපි මේ මොහොතේ. Even if you're watching ධාතු මනස්කාර, that's all we are doing, isn't it? Even if you're doing වේදනානුපස්සනා, that's all that we are doing. Even if you're doing ආනාපානසති, that's all that we are doing. The simplicity of mind. And that can be described in two ways. One is a person who's been dragged, pulled, which is like what we're doing to ourselves. We are pulling ourselves in the path. What is this? That sense of desperation coming in. And then inspired, being in the present. This is not a technical science, although it can get very technical. When it comes to the practice, it is far from what is technical. It is in embrace. It is in being present. It is graceful in nature. And when it is graceful, just like Anoma said, like a puzzle fixing, that is a feel that you have, right? So basically, you do not need to break everything apart. You do not need to break everything apart. Simply, මොකද ඒ මොහොතේ ඒ විතරක හටගන්නවා නේද? මේක මොකද්ද මේක ඒකත් ධර්ම විතරකයක්. ඒක උපක්ලේශයක් විදර්ශනාවට. Vipassana kilesas, isn't it, people? We have gone over what Vipassana kilesas are all the time. When the dharma vitaraka, when we are trying to break it apart, no. That is not, because then what happens is, although the Vipassana might be, we have the potential to go, the habitual tendency of the mind weakens the Vipassana. Why? We are trying to break the Vipassana, meaning break it apart. What is this? What is this? What is this? Let the Vipassana flow. Right? If something is unclear, let that sort of bloom into what it now finally becomes or brings clarity. Right? That becomes a little bit complicated. Of course, that becomes a little bit complicated. Again, when we go everywhere, we are taking instruction from this person and that person, this person and that person. That is where it becomes really complicated, because just as, you know, today I explained 3 different techniques of Dhatu Manasikara. Actually, there are more. There are more ways of Dhatu Manasikara. Then balanna, if you have been doing one technique, and if I had not explained all 3, at the end, you will also leave today's class with another question mark. Right? Now, that is where, when you, especially meditation, when you're taking instruction from so many places, right? So many places, this is not because in any way, any sort of insecurity that, you know, but the thing is, the truth of the matter is, if you're taking instruction from many places, there is going to be confusion. It's not because any teacher is right or wrong. It's the fact that there are so many different ways to approach the different states that we are going to or trying to go into, right? That creates vitarka. Otakota Shriyani, you'll have to ask yourself a very important question. And everyone else also, actually. You will have to ask yourself a very important question, which is, which path am I going to follow? Because it's not the fact that one path is wrong and the other path is right. It's the fact of you being able to commit to one. And without that sense of, these problems will arise. These problems will arise all the time, all the time. These problems then lead to the breaking down or the hindering of the path of Vipassana, right? Hindering of the path of Vipassana. So Shriyani.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just realize, Shriyani, you're on the right path, right? But you have a lot of information. You have a lot of information. That information needs to be sorted out, right? There's, you know, sometimes certain techniques are a mixture of many techniques, which you do not need to do. You're just troubling yourself. You do not need all of that. You have to just have one simple motion. Remember, the Dharma is simple. It needs to be simplified as we go, not become more overly complicated, right? So we have to be able to center ourselves and realize, okay, what is it that I'm following? You have a lot of information. We need to filter that and see, what am I going to use, right? Now, in what you just explained, there are about 2.5 techniques that you're using in that, which is unnecessary. You just need one. You just need one. So what is that one? You need to filter it out and realize, okay, this is what, because when you have so many techniques, it's unnecessary. It's only going to confuse. and it's only going to make your practice sort of, kind of like a bit more difficult to follow. Yeah. So think about that, Shravani. Think about
Thank you, Bhante.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Lakshman, your question is going to be the last question.
Okay. Okay, Bhante. The thing is that when we did the Dhatu Manasikara, I was relating the dhatus to the body parts, the hardness of the body I was taking as earth, and the blood and the sweat and things as water element, and the air element, and the warmth in the body as fire. Is that only the basic of it? Is that the basic practice? And how do I move on to taking these things as nature?
Right. Good. So how do I progress from the beginners to the more sort of, how do I progress? So simply, first of all, you must see if your sort of attention or way of observation has heightened in the process. That is very important. Whether you have a good understanding of what you're seeing at that moment. Usually what will happen, Lakshman, is naturally one would progress onto this level where now the person is able, you just need one point of awareness, which is from the, let's take, for example, the blood. Let's take the blood, for example, or the sweat, for example. Right? Within the sweat, there are parts or times where we see 4 elements within the sweat itself.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if you take the blood, the same. If you take the skin, the same. If you take tears, the same. If you take the eyelashes or the hair, the same. Right? Then that you can use to now, so Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo are natures. Then you take that to now see the natures. Did you understand?
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Is that clear? At any point, you just simply, Lakshman, as you let go, as you let go, as you let go, as this letting go, I might be saying it too much and you might be getting annoyed with me, but if we take Samma Ditti, Samma Sankappa, right? Samma Sankappa is divided into 3. Avihimsa Sankappa, Nekkhamma Sankappa, Avihimsa Sankappa, Avyapada Sankappa. These 3 is the application of Dhamma. Ekana ara drushtiyen sampurna veccha ho samma drushtiyen samma dittiyen sampurna veccha e kotas tika anga kotas tika දැන් අපි කිලේශ ධර්ම හෝ මේ කිලේශ ප්‍රහාණය නිෂ්කම්පන ප්‍රහාණය ඒ ප්‍රහාණ ටික සිද්ධ වෙන්න to letting go or to sort of getting rid of those kilesas and hindrances ඒකට වැදගත් වෙන්නේ මේ තුන. ඒ කියන්නේ සම්මා සංකප්පය. සම්මා සංකප්පය නෛෂ්ක්‍රම්‍ය Avihimsava saha praඥාව. Right? Nekkhamma sankappa, avihimsa sankappa, avyapada sankappa. Right? Non-hate actually. Those 3, all me tunama, all 3 is praඥා. Sorry. So one is not praඥා, all 3 are praඥā. The first one, nekkhamma sankappa, is letting go. Atharima. Avihimsa sankappa is avihimsa, himsava, avihimsava. Right? So, metta, right? Metta, karuna, mudita, iti kenna pulang itanta. Odukuta nekkhamma sankappa, avihimsa sankappa, avyapada sankappa, non-hate, anything that is non-hate. Right? So here it's mudita, and the third one is metta. Right? Me thuna apply wenna ona ape jeevithe thiyena boho kotas walata me thuna apply wenna ona. Do you understand? ඔතකොට නෛෂ්ක්‍රම්‍ය කියන දේ, මෛත්‍රිය කියන දේ, මුදිතාව කියන දේ, කරුණාව කියන දේ නැවත අපේ චිත්තසංතානය තුල හටගන්න ඕන. අපි ඒ චිත්තසංතානය තුල අපි ආවර්ජනා කරා ගන්නා වූ ඒ මනස්කාරයන් වලට. ඒක හරහා තමයි ධර්මය කියන දෙය දැන් සම්මා දෘෂ්ටියෙන් දැන් අපි දෘෂ්ටියක් වශයෙන් හොඳ view එකක් වශයෙන් ධර්මය දන්නවා. ඒ දන්න ධර්මයේ කොහොමද දැන් අපි apply කරන්නේ? අර මොහොතින් මොහොත සම්මා සංකප්පයෙන්. සම්මා සංකප්පයෙන් උතර කොහොමද apply කරන්නේ? Through those three parts. Right? Through those three parts. So that is why letting go is important. When we are unable to see things that we want to see, having metta, having mudita, having karuna is important towards ourselves, towards the nama rupa, towards the people that we sort of think about. All of these positions, applying the dhamma, nigan hitala balanna. How do we interact? Right? In all our interactions, the Dhamma can be or strengthened, further strengthened. And that is what we do through Nekkam, Avihimsa and Avyapad Sankhara. Is that clear, everyone? Right? That is why that letting go, mantra letting go, and you realize, when you're letting go, just as if you're sort of removing some sort of heavy piece of clothing or something, it brings you peace, right? That moment when you let go, it brings you peace. When awareness is lacking, you let go without attention towards the peace that it brings. Do you understand? Right? Now, when you do not grasp that peace that has arisen, what happens is now the inspiration suffers, because that peace brings you inspiration. So when you're letting go, even for a moment, when you're letting go, for example, that whirlpool like images or whatnot, that too brings you a sense of peace. You realize, without this, I am lighter. That brings you peace. That brings you a sense of happiness. Connect with that and move on. That is sati. Right? When we are clinging on to something, we cling on to the hard stuff or the heavy stuff, but we miss that we've missed all of this. Right? But the heavy stuff is not what we're aiming for. We are aiming for the insights, which are in the lighter things as we let go. Right? The heavy stuff always deduces or helps in two things: the maintenance or the satisfaction that we derive through samsara. Because that is what we're used to, isn't it? The heavy stuff, the gross stuff, yeah, the tangible things. But vidarshana kinade are lightness. It maintains itself at positions where you let go. When you're light, that part we miss when we are jumping from one heavy thing to another. Yeah. So Lakshman, a bit too much for the question that you asked. However, find a position within where those four elements live or are or is present harmoniously, and that becomes an aha moment for you to spread that into the rest. Okay?
Thank you, Bhante. Thank you.
Wonderful. So everyone, that is all that we have for today. I'm sorry, not for today, for this session in the morning. I will see you at 1:30 for the Dhamma talk, and then for the evening session afterwards. So take care, everyone, and I will see you again later.